This is the English channel, channel number 2, testing the microphone. This is channel 2, the English channel for simultaneous interpretation for the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 저희 노군-리 글로벌 평화 포럼 시작될 예정입니다. 개막식 함께해 주실 모든 분들께서는 행사장 안쪽으로 입장해 주시고 자리에 앉아 주시면 대단히 감사드리겠습니다. 오늘 회의장에서는 코로나19 관련 사회적 거리두기를 준수하는 주최 측의 지침에 따라 좌석 배정을 한 자리 건너두기 기준으로 배정하였습니다. 여러분께서는 한 자리를 비워두시고 착석해 주시기 바라면서 저희 행사가 진행되는 동안 마스크는 착용을 해주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? We will begin the opening ceremony of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum shortly. So please come into the meeting room and also please have a seat. In accordance with the social distancing guidelines, the organizer left 1 empty seats between every assigned seat. So please take a seat in the reserved seat. And also please turn off all your electronic devices or put them on silent mode. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. 또 저희 원활한 행사의 진행을 위해 소지하고 계신 휴대전화 여러분 진동 또는 무음 모드로 변경하셨는지 지금 한 번 더 확인 부탁드리겠습니다. 또 행사가 진행되는 동안 저희 한영 동시통역 서비스를 제공하고 있습니다. 혹시 통역 서비스가 필요하신 분들께서는 리시버의 채널을 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번으로 맞춰서 이용해 주시기 바라겠습니다. For those who need any translation service, we would like to provide this translation service throughout the forum. So please use the receiver, channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the opening ceremony of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum shortly. So please enter the hall and be seated. 여러분 다시 한번 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 개회식 잠시 뒤에 시작할 텐데요. 입장하고 계시는 분들 서둘러서 착석을 해주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 그럼 잠시 뒤에 다시 인사드리겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 여러분 지금 저희 주요 내빈분들 입장하고 계십니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. Ladies and gentlemen, our VIPs are now entering the conference room. So please welcome them with a big round of applause. 네, 오늘 귀한 시간 내주셔서 함께 해주신 내외빈 여러분들 입장하고 계십니다. 노글리 글로벌 평화 포럼 개회식에 참석해 주신 내외 귀빈 여러분 다시 한번
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome you to Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum. We'd like to now ask for a big round of applause as the VIPs enter the conference room.
네, 여러분 모두 착석하신 것 같은데요.
I understand that you are all seated now. We'd like to now begin the opening ceremony for the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum.
Guests and ladies and gentlemen, I'm Lee Seung-hee, who will preside over the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum today, and it's my great honor to make your acquaintance at this important forum. 여러분 먼저 소개드리겠습니다. 안녕하십니까? 저는 개회식 사회를 맡은 아나운서 이승희입니다. 먼저 인사드리겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 정말 많은 분들 함께 해주셨는데요. 금번 노글리 글로벌 평화 포럼 뜨거운 관심을 가지고 각 지역에서 또 먼 길에 마다 않고 함께 해주신 모든 참석자분들께 환영과 감사의 인사를 전합니다. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of you here today for making the time in your busy schedules and gracing this forum with your presence. 그럼 지금부터 노글리 기념사업 추진위원회가 주최하고 영동군이 주관하고 행정안전부와 충청북도가 후원하는 노글리 글로벌 평화 포럼 대단원의 막을 올리겠습니다. Then we'll now start the opening ceremony of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum hosted by the Nogun-ri 70th Anniversary Committee, organized by 영동군 and sponsored by the Ministry of the Interior and Safety of Korea and 충청북도 Province. 오늘 많은 VIP 인사분들께서 이곳
Today, a lot of VIPs are here at the Yeongdong Multicultural Arts Center. First of all, I will announce the beginning of the opening ceremony with a video showing the meaning of this forum. Please enjoy.
2020 marks the 70th anniversary of the Nogun-ri incident. It had to transition through a long tunnel of pain and sorrow to become a peaceful and beautiful park from the scars of a brutal war. The gorgeous scenery of the Nogun-ri Peace Park relates to the pain of the days of 70 years ago. We had to pay the cruel price, sacrificing innocent lives to preserve the freedom, prosperity, peace, and human rights that we cherish today. The Nogun-ri incident tells us what we must do and what we learn from the painful lesson and history to preserve so dearly the value of peace. The truth was not dead. The victims were determined in finding the truth of the Nogun-ri incident that was hidden from the world. The efforts by several victims of a few decades are beginning to shine a light on the Nogun-ri incident, which had been held in the dark. The committee filed about 20 petitions with the President and the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea and the United States of America. The late Eun-young-chong, leader of the survivors and victims, set out to get to the bottom of the case through the power of literature, including the publication of a novel based on a true story. His son, Koo Do-chong, worked on collecting evidence, conducting academic research, and promoting the case by providing materials to the domestic and foreign press for several years. Interviews and vivid testimonies from surviving victims were added to reveal the truth one by one, which began drawing attention from the domestic and international media. Did the sky hear of the painful lives of the victims and of the unrelenting nightmares? As the voices of the desperate truth, which no one listened to, had amassed, the neglect and prejudice from the world gradually changed into interest and support. On April April 1994, the Yonhap News' first report on the incident led to continuous coverage and attention by the domestic press. The active coverage and reporting from international news media that drew interest and attention were on the fast track to find the truth of the Nogun-ri incident. When the U.S. Associated Press published its investigation on the mass refugee killings, classified documents relating to refugees and testimonies from the U.S. Korean War veterans, domestic and foreign newspapers and broadcasters, including CNN, all treated it as major news. In addition, testimonies from courageous veterans made the incident more factual. What seemed like a hopeless fight for the truth ended with a miracle. Under the direction of the presidents of South Korea and the U.S., fact-finding investigations into the Nogun-ri incident were conducted. In a very unusual way, then President Clinton expressed regret to the victims of the Nogun-ri incident and the Korean people. It was the outcome of half a century of exhausting effort by the victims.
미국 대통령 유감 편협은 매우 이례적이고 지성인에는 감천이라는 말이 떠올랐습니다.
As a result of dedication and efforts of the victims, a special act on the Nogun-ri incident was enacted, and a memorial tower for the victims with a Nogun-ri Peace Park were built. And similar alleged U.S.-related incidents across the country were reported to the Korean government, and the fields of culture and arts such as movies, music, and cartoons were interestingly developed. Half a century after the Nogun-ri incident, the decisive force and role that became known to the world and U.S. President Clinton's expression of regret was the result of struggle and tenacity from several victims, not political power, civic right groups.
다윗과 골리앗의 싸움, 그 싸움보다 더한 일이었는데요. 다시 하라면 그 일을 절대 못할 것 같습니다.
Many people visit the Nogun-ri Bridge and Peace Park to gain knowledge about the tragedy and wounds of the war, to learn the lessons of the incident, human rights, and the importance of peace. The Nogun-ri incident might have been hidden in the shadows of history. It is an event that not only symbolizes the war, human rights, and peace, but also became an international attraction to learn its lessons and the value of peace. Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum is one of the detailed tasks under the 100 national agendas, which adds to the meaning and the value of the incident. Nogun-ri Peace Park is now becoming a mecca for war lessons, civilian refugees, human rights, reconciliation, freedom, and peace beyond the pain of the Nogun-ri incident. What challenges for the future of 70 years?
노군이 사건에 대한 이해와 공감대 형성을 위한 노력이 필요하고요. 한국 정부도 못할 일을 피해자 몇 분이 이룬 대단한 업적에 대한 평가, 또 참전한 미군들도 전쟁의 피해자들입니다. 이제 서로의 희생을 기억하고 아픔을 보듬어야 할 때입니다.
What kind of a place is Nogun-ri?
Nogun-ri represents a place where civilian refugee victims can reflect on the history of the Korean War.
Nogun-ri is a place where several victims did their best to come forward with the truth for all.
Nogun-ri is a place to learn lessons about the war, the importance of freedom, peace, and human rights.
Nogun-ri is a place
where we heal each other's pain
and wounds, and we share hope.
The lives of hundreds of victims of the Nogun-ri incident have taught us that the war should never happen again on this peninsula. It also serves as a great foundation for promoting human rights and peace. Today, Nogun-ri was made by the commitment and efforts of several victims, truthful reports in the domestic and U.S. media, and testimonies from the courageous U.S. veterans.
My congratulations, Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum.
An international attraction, Nogun-ri is, today and tomorrow, still running strong and full of hope for the next 70 years.
네, 여러분 뜨거운
And please give a big round of applause. I wonder how you enjoyed the video. I'm sure it sent a mixed message and meaning to all of you. And next, we will have the progress report. And please take a look at the slides on the screen. June 30th, 2017, Chairman Chung Gu-do of the Nogun-ri International Peace Foundation and President Yang Il-chan of Nogun-ri Incident Bereaved Family Association visited the National Assembly, Policy Advisory Committee, and met with lawmaker Park Geum-ge of the Administrative Political Subcommittee and proposed the opening of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum to be included in the 100 National Policy Agenda of the Moon Jae-in administration. July 19th, the Cheongwade announced the Moon Jae-in government's 5-year plan for national policy administration, and under the third task of the 100 National Policy Agenda, the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum was included as a sub-item of the past history issue resolution. September 5th, 2018, Governor Lee Si-jung of Chungcheongbuk-do Province announced 130 public projects in 5 major public areas as an election promise. And in the 4th area of experiencing cultural tourism, the annualization of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum was included. December 2019, the Nogun-ri International Peace Foundation produced the basic plan for the Nogun-ri 70th anniversary ceremony and submitted the plan to the Ministry of the Interior and Safety via Yeongdong County. March 18, 2019, the launch of the Nogun-ri 70th Anniversary Committee and the approval of the 70th Anniversary Commemoration Project was made, chaired by the Yeongdong County Mayor Park Se-bo. July 2019, there was a formation of the Nogun-ri 70th Anniversary Committee Task Force, which was co-chaired by Lee Sun-dong, Yeongdong County Deputy Mayor, and Chairman Chung Gu-do of the Nogun-ri International Peace Foundation. July 2019, the slogan for Nogun-ri 70th Anniversary was selected, the big step toward peace and reconciliation. This ends the progress report.
슬로건 공모대회를 통
And through the competition for the slogan, the commemorative slogan was selected, and the Nogun-ri 70th Anniversary Committee held public competitions for the Nogun-ri 70th Anniversary commemorative poetry and held exhibitions for UCC's cartoons, literature, videos, and peace installation art exhibitions, and on. And on July 29th, 2020, the Nogun-ri 70th Anniversary commemorative ceremony was held. And as we have prepared for the 70th Global Peace Forum, there have been many unexpected events such as the corona pandemic. Nevertheless, we could arrive at this venue thanks to all your support and encouragement. And once again, I'd like to thank all the participants of the opening ceremony of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum. And now this ends the progress report.
네, 다음은 이번 노글
And ladies and gentlemen, to kick off the opening ceremony at the Nogun-ri Global 평화 Forum, there is a very big guest that has intended to participate at the forum, but because it is very difficult to and packed the schedule, the Prime Minister Chung Se-kyun has sent us a video congratulatory message. So I'd like to now ask you to join the Prime Minister Chung Se-kyun as he delivers the congratulatory remarks.
This marks the 70th anniversary of the Nogun-ri incident. First of all, I'd like to pray for the souls of the victims who were sacrificed at Nogun-ri 70 years ago. I also share my consolation to the surviving victims and the bereaved families who have suffered physical and mental scars of the past. The Nogun-ri incident is a condensed tragedy of the fratricidal war of the Korean War. The scars of that day still remain, just like the bullet marks on the walls of the Twin Tunnel after 70 years. Nevertheless, I would like to congratulate you on the opening of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum, planned to heal the pain of our era and create a world of peace. To overcome scars, healing must come first. Also, a complete healing comes from peace based on reconciliation and forgiveness. I am truly grateful and pleased that experts from home and abroad are gathered here at Nogun-ri, a site of past sufferings and tragedy, to discuss the theme of peace. I would like to thank President Yang Hee-chan of the Nogun-ri Incident Bereaved Family Association and Mayor Park Se-bok of Yeongdong County for making today's forum possible. I express my special gratitude to the people of Yeongdong County and foreign participants for being here with us. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the corona pandemic is changing the world. This requires us to change our way of looking at the world. We must now seek a new future. And the path toward the future should start at a retrospect of the past. The same is true for the Nogun-ri incident. The theme of today's forum is a big step toward peace and reconciliation. I believe this embodies the novel commitment to overcome past pain and tragedy and take a big step toward peace and reconciliation. I hope this forum serves as a valuable opportunity to help the name Nogun-ri go beyond a site of a tragic history and promote the values of human rights and peace. The Korean government will also promise its continued interest and support in the Nogun-ri incident. We will work harder to redeem the fame and relieve the pain of the bereaved families and the victims. We will work together with Chungcheongbuk-do government so that Nogun-ri is transformed into a mecca of global peace and human rights. I urge all of you to gather your wisdom and insight for possible solutions at this forum as well. Thank you.
네, 여러분 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give a big round of applause to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Jung Se-kyun is not able to attend today, but he has delivered very meaningful remarks to commemorate today's event and the forum. Now we'd like to invite Matsui Kasumi, who is the mayor of Hiroshima city. He has delivered his congratulatory remarks through a video clipping. Please welcome the Matsui Kasumi, who is the mayor of Hiroshima, as well as the president of the Mayors for Peace.
Greetings from Hiroshima. I'm Matsui Kasumi, the mayor of Hiroshima, and also the president of Mayors for Peace. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for receiving an invitation to the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum. I am unfortunately unable to attend the forum due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and so I am sending this video message to you. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere respect to Governor of Yeongdong, Mr. Park Se-bok, Chairperson of the Nogun-ri International Peace Foundation, Mr. Jung Kood, and everyone involved in organizing this event. Mayors for Peace had the great honor of being awarded the Nogun-ri Peace Prize in 2014 for initiatives for the realization of everlasting world peace, which we carry out together with nearly 8,000 member cities in 164 countries and regions around the world. Since then, I'm happy to say that we have built a relationship with the Nogun-ri International Peace Foundation. On August 6, 1945, a single atomic bomb destroyed Hiroshima, claiming countless innocent civilian lives. Having experienced the tragedy of the bombing, the city continuously appealed for a peaceful world without nuclear weapons, based on the Hibakusha's conviction no one should suffer as we have. 70 years ago, in July 1950, Yeongdong also experienced a tragic incident, a massacre by the U.S. Armed Forces, which took many students' precious lives. I feel truly encouraged that Yeongdong-gun, which like Hiroshima has experienced the horrors of war, has become our ally, and I would like to extend my warmest welcome. It is my sincere hope that the people of Yeongdong-gun will grant their kind support for the work of Mayors for Peace and join our effort for joining and lasting world peace. When we look at the current international situation, self-centered nationalism is on the rise, and the governments are expanding and strengthening their nuclear arsenals. This behavior is increasing despite our wish for a peaceful world. What's more, the world is now confronted with a great challenge of COVID-19. With many countries, people are united in spirit of humanitarianism against the virus. Still, between countries, tensions remain high. Nuclear weapons, like infectious disease, are a common threat to humanity. Civil society must unite to fight against this threat. In turn, policymakers around the world must respond to such public opinion by taking action. In this regard, I find it very meaningful and timely that you are hosting this forum with the aim of promoting universal values of human rights and peace, which all people around the world can share in, and that in doing so, you are promoting solidarity in civil society. I would like to ask all of you to continue to mobilize with us and strive to realize lasting world peace. In closing, I extend my best wishes for the great success of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum, as well as the good health and the happiness of all in attendance.
네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give a big round of applause. Mayor of Hiroshima and also Secretary General of the Mayors of Peace, Matsuo Kazumiya, sent his video message of congratulations. And next, commemorating the 70th anniversary of the Nogun-ri incident, we will enjoy a sand art performance. I'd like to introduce artist Kim Ha-jun, a world-renowned sandist, who will show his performance with the theme of the path for peace and reconciliation. And it is a message that the tragic incident of 70 years ago in Nogun-ri should not be repeated in human history. And it is also entailing a wish of peace and reconciliation in the past. Please greet sand artist Kim Ha-jun with a big round of applause.
네, 김아
As stand artist Kim Ha-jun, thank you very much. How did you enjoy the performance? It was a really impressive and moving performance. Once again, please give a big round of applause to Mr. Kim Ha-jun. And we have now enjoyed a performance to congratulate the forum, and next we will listen to the remarks of the VIPs. First of all, I'd like to invite Mayor Park Se-bok of Yeongdong County, who organized this forum, who will be delivering his welcome remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 환영의 박수
Once again, please give a big round of applause. Welcome, everyone. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Today, I am deeply honored to open the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum under the theme of peace, a big step toward peace and reconciliation as we commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Nogun-ri incident. I'd like to thank all the distinguished guests who have spared your busy schedule and also traveled a long way to be here with us. Mr. and Mrs. Rayburn of the U.S. Veterans Group, as well as distinguished scholars from home and abroad and journalists from home and abroad. I also would like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Seymour Bernstein, who is a U.S. veteran as well as a world-renowned pianist, for being here with us virtually, as well as journalist Mr. Charles Henley from AP, who did a first field report on the Nogun-ri incident as the chair of the Nogun-ri 70th Anniversary Committee. In the morning of today, we had a special meeting session of the bereaved family members of the MIAs of the U.S. veterans, as well as the bereaved families of the Nogun-ri victims, and we had a special meeting toward reconciliation, peace, and the future. The Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum is aimed not only to let the world know of the Nogun-ri incident, but its meaning also is within the fact that we are rethinking the value of peace and human rights. I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you who spared no efforts and support for making today's event possible. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, human rights, peace, and reconciliation. These are the lessons and themes that we would like to remind ourselves of, together with the bereaved families of the Nogun-ri incident, as well as renowned scholars from home and abroad. I believe the forum will be a process of reconfirming the universal values of peace and human rights. Once again, I'd like to pay tribute to President Yang Hae-chan of the Bereaved Family Association, as well as all the organizers, and also for all of you who are here with us despite your busy schedule. I wish for your health and happiness. Thank you.
네, 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much. Mayor Park Se-bok, as the main organizer of today's forum, extended his appreciation to the participants for coming to the conference. He talked about human rights, peace and reconciliation, which is the main theme of today's forum. Please give another big round of applause to the mayor for his remarks. Next, we'd like to invite Minister Jin Young, who is not able to attend because of his very busy schedule, and Hong Jong-won, who is the head of the task force for the historical issues resolution, is going to read on behalf of the Ministry of Interior and Safety. Please give a big hand.
다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Once again, please give a big hand to Mr. Hong. The bereaved families of the victims of the Nogun-ri incident, Mayor of Yeongdong County, Governor of Chungcheongbuk-do, and distinguished guests. First, I would like to congratulate on the opening of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum commemorating the 70th anniversary of the Nogun-ri incident. Last July, the 70th anniversary of the memorial ceremony was held. I believe it's very meaningful to hold an international forum with the theme of peace and human rights following the memorial ceremony. And the Nobel Peace Prize winner of 2011, Leeman Bowie, will be the keynote speaker, and I expect that we can share value of peace and coexistence through programs including academic sessions and talk concept with the keynote speaker and all the experts from home and abroad. Above all, I hope that Ms. Georgia Rayburn, the daughter of the late U.S. Army Lieutenant Elliott and Nogun-ri Incident Bereaved Family Association, they shared their pain and took steps toward reconciliation during the special meeting. The Nogun-ri Peace Forum will be a precious opportunity to review painful history and remind the importance of life, human rights, and peace. The Korean government will continue to carry out memorial projects to restore the honor of the Nogun-ri victims and their bereaved families and to contribute to establishing peace. I express my deepest gratitude to Chungcheongbuk-do and Yeongdong County for making efforts to organize a safe forum amidst COVID-19 the situation. I sincerely hope this forum will bear meaningful fruits for all participants. Once again, I congratulate on the opening of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum on the 10th of November 2020. Minister of Interior and Safety, Jin Young. Please give a big round of applause.
And we listen to the message of Mr. Jin Young. And now, originally, Governor Lee Si-jung of Chungcheongbuk-do Province had planned to attend the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum, but due to pressing affairs of the government, Vice Governor for Administrative Affairs Kim Jang-hee will read on his behalf. Please greet him with a warm round of applause. Vice Governor for Administrative Affairs Kim Jang-hee will be reading the speech. Good afternoon. I'm Kim Jang-hee, Vice Governor for Administrative Affairs of Chungcheongbuk-do Province. Due to pressing affairs, Governor Lee Si-jung could not attend, so I will be reading his speech. Commemorating the 17th anniversary of the Nogun-ri incident, we are hosting the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum. I congratulate you all on this event. President Yang Hae-chan of the Nogun-ri Incident Bereaved Family Association, as well as Chairman Jung Gu-do of Nogun-ri International Peace Foundation and Mayor Park Se-bok, as well as all the organizers, and I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude. I'd also like to extend gratitude to Ms. Leeman Bowie of Liberia, who will make the keynote speech, as well as all the experts and scholars for being here with us for presentations and discussions. I'd also like to thank all participants for being here with us despite your busy schedule. The bereaved families of the victims of the Nogun-ri incident and participants. The Nogun-ri incident is example and exemplary is a tragic event of our family members and our neighbors that was a result of an ideological conflict. So I'd like to express my sincere consolations for all the bereaved families and the victims. The reality of the Nogun-ri incident was revealed to the world thanks to decades of efforts of all of the bereaved family members and the victims. So this led to the expression of regret of the U.S. government, and the massacre of hundreds of lives was disclosed to the world. And this will be an opportunity for us to think back on the human rights value and also hold a historical lesson for all of us. By identifying the truth in the history, we should go ahead forward by continuing to revealing the truth to our future generation. The Chungcheongbuk-do government will also be committed to human rights and peace and reconciliation by promoting such values as we continue to uphold the value of the Nogun-ri incident. I hope the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum contributes to worldwide peace And I also hope that the site of the Nogun-ri Incident becomes a site of peace and reconciliation. I congratulate the opening of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum once again and wish for the health and happiness of all of you.
Please give another big round of applause to Vice Governor Kim Jang-hwe. Thank you very much for your very meaningful remarks. Now, last but not least, we'd like to invite Kim Yong-rae, the chairman of the Yeongdong-gun Council, to deliver his congratulatory remarks. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 환영의 박수 부탁드립니다.
Once again, please give the chairman a big round of applause.
예, 영동 노골리 사건 피해자와 유가족
The victims and the bereaved families of those related to the Nogun-ri incident in the Yeongdong region, the global leaders who aspire to realize a peace in the world. It is indeed meaningful that we are able to convene the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum in a very successful manner in commemoration of the 70th anniversary of the Korean War and the Nogun-ri incident. We'll be able to bring together leaders of Korea and the world together. I'd like to express my consolations to those who have been sacrificed for the Nogun-ri incident. I also express my regrets to the people who lost their loved ones, and I had anger and great sadness and live in silence. I'd like to express my deep appreciation to the mayor Park Se-bok of the Yeongdong-gun, who is the organizing committee chairman for the 70th year commemoration of the Nogun-ri incident, for all his efforts, and also to the Bereaved Family Association President Yang Hee-chan. I also extend my appreciation to the global peace leaders from home and abroad who are joining us today virtually and also with their physical presence. Dear leaders and dear the bereaved family members of the Nogun-ri incident, there are very special occasions today. We have a special encounter between the victims and the bereaved families of the victims and the U.S. Army officers and soldiers of the Nogun-ri incident, and also there is a global leader roundtable meeting held as well. Academic sessions are to be held as well. We hope that we can bring true consolations to the spirits that have been sacrificed and also to the sufferings of the bereaved family members. We also hope that we'll be able to enhance human rights and promote to the world peace through this event. I sincerely hope that the Global Peace Forum is going to bring us opportunities to realize the importance of peace and human rights by reflecting on the past historical experience, tragic experience. Once again, I express my condolences to the bereaved family of the victims of the Nogun-ri incidents. I wish for good health and good luck to all the participants here today. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairman Kim Yong-rae, for your kind words. Once again, thank you very much, and please give him a big round of applause. And next, we will have a very special event, and we are hosting the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum at the Yeongdong Multicultural Arts Center. The special event is a performance of the Nange Gugak Performance Team. The Nange Gugak Performance Team is the first county-based symphony and was founded on May 1991 and is having various active performances to promote Yeongdong both home and abroad. Pakyeon of the Joseon Dynasty, Wangsanak of Goguryeo Dynasty, and Uruk of Silla Dynasty are regarded as the three great musicians of Korea. And Pakyeon, the musician of the King Sejong Dynasty, was born right here at the site of Forum, Yeongdong, and the pen name of Pakyeon is Nange. So the Nange Gugak Performance Team of Yeongdong County was founded to uphold the musical spirit of Pakyeon, and in 2021 it will commemorate its 30th anniversary. So please greet the team with a big round of applause.
나가서 저기 하지. 복사는 하나도 안 된 모양이죠. 그것도 안 했대. 그러니까 저희도 지금
계속 날리라고 있잖아요. 그래서 날리고 좀.
지금이라도 원주적 집단 리드가 하는 거 있잖아. 그거 지금 한번 소개하면 되잖아. 리드.
네, 감사드립니다.
Well, thank you very much for this very outstanding performance. And I'd just like to give a very brief explanations about this very special performance.
공연
The performances of Nange Gugak performance team was composed of three parts. The first program was Together. It is the combination and integration and unison of the minds of every one of us. And the second program was titled Mansan, which means a full ship. This symbolizes the struggle of the fishermen, and it celebrates the happiness of a full boat and a safe return home. And the third program is called a Taepyeongso Flare, and this illustrates the rising sun at the dawn at the end of a horizon through the duet of the Taepyeongso. And we also saw the four male performances in part 2 and part 3. They are the members of the world music group EAD. It's composed of the pipe, Taepyeongso, and 장구, and such Korean traditional musical instruments, as well as Western instruments such as the drum, guitar, and keyboard. And this is a fusion of traditional art and modern Western music, and they are engaged in various musical performances to communicate with the public to deliver the happiness and pleasure of music. Please once again give the two performance teams a big round of applause.
네, 저는 이 세 프로그램 무대를
As I looked at the three parts of the performances, I truly agreed that Yeongdong County could be proud of their performance team, Nange Gugak performance. And next, there will be the Mayors of Peace reception ceremony.
And this application letter will be sent to the Mayor for Peace, and the Secretary General is going to deliver the approval letter. Mr. Ko Isumi is going to deliver the approval letter to the Yeongdong-gun. As you know, on the 7th of August, 1945, the Hiroshima was bombed with atomic bomb, and it was followed also by another bomb in Nagasaki. And Mr. Arashi Takeshi has participated at the second UN disarmament conference, which was held in the UN headquarters office at the building at New York City on the June 24th of 1982. And he called for disarmament of the nuclear weapons through consolidation of all the efforts of the urban cities around the world. And the Mayor for Peace was established as a result. And at the 70th commemoration ceremony of the Korean War and the Nogun-ri incident, Yeongdong would like to join the Mayors for Peace and participate in the global peace realization movement.
네, 여러분 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give a big round of applause. And now, the Mayor, Park Se-bok of Yeongdong-gun, is going to receive accession certificate letter from Mr. Ko Isumi, who is the Secretary General of the Mayor for Peace. Please give a big round of applause as the accession letter is presented. And you are now joined by Mr. Koizumi through the video conference. He's joining us live from Japan. We now invite Mayor Park Se-bok to take the center stage.
Koizumi, Secretary General of Mayors for Peace. Thank you, Yongdong-gun. We have received your registration form, and we are much impressed with your enthusiasm about peace building. Now I would like to present Mayor Park with this certificate, which certifies Yongdong-gun's membership of Mayors for Peace. Let's strive together for our common goal, the realization of everlasting world peace. Congratulations.
네, 축하드립니다. 직접 가입 증서를
So Mr. Koizumi is going to have the accession certificate letter delivered. Although Mr. Koizumi is not going to join us here in person, he has delivered through the video conference the certificate letter. And the letter was received by Mr. Park Se-bok. Now commemorative photo will be taken. This is a certificate letter presented to the audience, as was given by Mr. Koizumi. He is now presenting it to the audience. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with this, we now have completed the procedure for Yongdong-gun assessing to the Hiroshima, the Peace Mayor for Peace. And now the Mayor Park Se-bok is going to post a peace and reconciliation wishing message to the wishing tree. So he's going to take an example by posting the message to the wishing tree. We also invite the VIP guests to join us at the center stage to post special messages to the wishing tree. So we invite 15 designated guests to join us for this wishing tree ceremony.
네, 지금부터 위싱 트리 메시지
And those that will be writing the wishing tree message, 정은규, 김국기, 박우양, 정구도, 김장회, 넷포니, 양해찬, and Mayor Park Se-bok already on the stage.
And also Mr. Clyde Lay went to the stage to write a message on our wishing tree. 홍정환 단장님,
Mr. 홍정환, Mr. 정광우, 김용래, and Mr. Andrew Salmon, and Liu Guangyi. So the total of 15 designated VIPs, please come up to the stage and join us in the wishing tree ceremony.
네, 지금
We are now participating in the Wishing Tree event. So to give you a brief introduction, as we commemorate the 70th anniversary of Nogun-ri incident, we are hosting this forum under the theme of peace and reconciliation. And this Wishing Tree event is to commemorate this meaning. This is to tell the world of the meaning and also to invite the offline and online participants to share the meaning of true peace and reconciliation and expression of consolations to the victims and the bereaved family members by hanging their messages on the wishing tree. The VIPs are now writing their messages toward peace and reconciliation, and we will now hang the messages on the wishing tree.
네, 지금 여러분께서 작성하시는 이
And the messages of peace and reconciliation is being broadcast live through YouTube, both at home and abroad. And this meaningful event to tell the world of the Nogun-ri incident is also being broadcast live. And the messages will also be shared by all of us, both online and offline. A total of 15 VIPs are writing the messages, and after the hanging of the messages is complete, we will have a photo session. As you can see, we are having the wishing tree event right now, and this tree will be then transferred to the Nogun-ri Peace Park for exhibition at the site. For those that's written the messages, please head toward the camera for a photo session.
with writing the message on wishing tree, please come forward for a photo session. We would like to have a group photo all together. 자, 여러분, 저희 개회식이
And this will be the last part of the opening ceremony. We will have a group photo session, and this requires your help. When I shout peace, I like to appreciate it if you shout out loud a path toward reconciliation. Once again, if I shout peace, I'd like to ask you to join me in shouting a path toward reconciliation. Are you ready? So, we will begin now. Peace, a path toward peace and reconciliation. Thank you very much. Once again, let us all join in a big round of applause. And we will now conclude the opening ceremony with a group photo session.
네, 여러분 지금부터는 저희 장례 정리를 위해서
We will take a 10-minute break to reorganize the stage. After 10 minutes, we will invite Ms. Lima Bowie, the Nobel Peace Laureate of 2011, will deliver a keynote speech. We'll meet you again in 10 minutes.
네, 여러분 지금부터 저희 기조 연설 세션
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are ready to begin the keynote session. Please be seated as soon as possible so that we can begin right away. We have a very special guest, the keynote speaker today at the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum. She was awarded for the Nobel Peace Prize for her contribution to the ending civil war in Liberia in 2003 and non-violent protests for women's safety and achievement, the women's right of establishing peace in 2011. She is a women's human rights activist who has been invited to deliver the keynote speech today. She's going to speak for about 40 minutes today. And she will be joining us through the video. So please welcome Ms. Lima Bowie, an activist for women's rights for peace and Foundation to Africa.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely humbled and honored to be a part of this 70th commemoration of the Nogun-ri incident in Korea. Today, I stand here as an activist for peace and justice and human rights. Today, I feel honored to be lending my voice to an event that happened sadly, but is still happening in our world today. The Nogun-ri incident, like many other conflict contexts, is an incident that we can transport, but people can feel what happened from one context to the other. 70 years ago, great harm was done in a community. 70 years ago, many people lost their lives. 70 years ago, the rights of many people, their future and their destinies were taken away. 70 years later, family members, friends, community members are still trying to figure out What went wrong? What happened? But most importantly, 70 years later, people are wondering, how can we build our world back differently? My story that brings me to this conference today is a story that is not different from what happened in Nogun-ri. In my country, Liberia, I was 17 years old when we went into civil war. 17 years old when a group came and decided that they were going to topple the government. That war lasted from 17 years old up until I was 31. The war lasted for 14 long years. 14 years. In those 14 years, about 10% of our population was killed. 1 million was internally displaced and 500,000 were refugees in different countries across the world. Today, our country and our economy, our infrastructure is still at a point where we're struggling to find solutions. Running water is very difficult to find in many communities. Electricity is just trickling into different communities. Our country saw the worst. But in the worst of our country, in the moment of our worst, a group of us women came together and decided that we're going to make peace in the absence of peacemaker, that we're going to stand up and change the tide for the future of our children. Massacres like the one that happened in Nogun-ri had happened in our country. At the Lutheran church, about 250 individuals were butchered and shot at to death. That was one of the most horrifying incidents that happened in our country during the Civil War. Many people were afraid. Many people did not want to be identified with anything called peace, reconciliation, justice, or healing. A group of us women came together and we decided that it was time to put an end to the war. It was time for us to transform our nation from the nation that was giving their children guns into the nation that was turning to peace. It was time for us to transform the vision of our nation from a nation of war to a nation of peace. We stepped out. We protested. We prayed. We fasted. We did policy papers. We advocated to different international groups. And at the end of the day, our work paid off. 14 years later, 3 years after our protest started, Liberia went to peace. This is a beautiful story. This is a beautiful ending to a horrible story. Well, I wish I could say that the story had ended. Because you see, like Nogun-ri, in the absence of reconciliation, in the absence of justice, there can be no true peace. So Liberians decide, should we continue with war? And the answer was no, we should go to peace. But today the decision for reconciliation is still on hold. The decision for peace is still on hold. In many communities, people are still, like in Nogun-ri, grappling with what happened. How did we get here? Why did we allow ourselves to kill each other? How can we ensure that this happens no more? You see, as part of my work as an activist, I had the opportunity of working with many people. On one of the days we went to a community to work, a woman was there. And she came to me to say, the leader of peace, I need to ask you a question. How do I find reconciliation? I said, what do you mean by that? She said to me, my son was murdered during the war. I know his killer. My daughter ran away and went to a foreign land as a refugee. I haven't seen her for ages. I recently received a letter from my daughter. And in that letter, she told me she was coming home. She had married, she had 2 children, and her husband was a pastor. The mother was extremely happy to receive her daughter, her son-in-law, and her 2 grandchildren. She wrote back to her daughter and said, "Send me a picture of your family." The daughter sent back a picture. The daughter's husband was identified by the mother as the killer of her son and the killer of the wife's brother. This woman said to me, "I have dedicated my life to building peace in my community. I have dedicated my life to doing things for my community. How do I reconcile? Do I tell my daughter that the killer of her brother is her husband, or do I pretend until my death?" To be honest, as the leader of the group, I had no response for this woman. I did not know what to say to her. And I know there are many people in your community who are still struggling with answers for reconciliation. Yes, whilst we may not have the answer, the one answer we have is that war is not the answer. Violence is never the answer. The one answer we have is that we should all pursue the path of peace. Your question may be, how do we pursue the path of peace in the midst of pain? Well, as you pursue the path of peace, you will begin to pursue the path of healing. In my own situation, I was extremely upset with the young boys who had the guns, who harassed us, who raped almost 60% of the women of our country. When the moment came for building peace, I had to make up my mind whether to start a journey on the bridge of understanding or remain in that space of pain and unforgiveness. You see, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, unforgiveness can never move our communities to development. Unforgiveness can never really give us the rest that we need. We need to begin to sit and think. As we've been holding on, some people have been holding on for years. The question is, in all of these moments, can we really say we will find the development that we need? The answer is a resounding no. We must begin a journey to peace. As Liberians, we have decided this is a moment for us to start the journey for reconciliation. This is a moment for us to sit with the other, those who hurt us, those who harm us, and have honest conversations. You see, there can be no reconciliation without dialogue. And there can be no dialogue without opening spaces up for people to sit and talk about the issues. I will encourage you, my brothers and sisters of Nogun-ri, 70 years of pain, 70 years of injustice, 70 years of many questions. Now is the moment for the journey to healing to begin. And this journey must start with conversation. Today is a unique moment that we all have been given to go back into the past. Not just to go back into the past and hold on to the past, but to go back into the past and examine the past and let go of those things that will easily keep us down and move forward. But this past that we're going into, we must come back from there, determined to have conversations. The first step to healing any nation after such evil, to healing any community after great harm, the first step is to sit and talk. Talking about it, dialoguing about what led to this. Because in that instance, people will get to understand correcting the narrative. Because in the absence of dialogue with the past and the future, we're only creating room for more problems. So that first step, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is to bring the old, the middle-aged, and the young together to tell the story in an accurate way and to talk about those areas that people are still holding on to. The second path to reconciliation after dialogue is forgiveness. You see, most times people say, but what about those who offended us? Where are they? They need to come and seek repentance. You see, when someone harms you, you become chained to that person psychologically. And it's up to you to break the chain, or it's up to the person. But in the absence of hardened heart, when those individuals who have hurt you refuse to come and say sorry, you have to let go. Because it is by letting go that you are now able to get up and gather yourself and move forward. Heskia Hasefa, a prominent peace activist from Ethiopia, says, in order for reconciliation to happen, we must first forgive ourselves, forgive the offender, forgive our environments, and then seek forgiveness from God, whoever we know him to be. Forgiveness is a core of moving from a place of pain to a place of healing. And once we've gone through that process of forgiveness, we now begin to walk the path to peace and reconciliation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, each and every one of us in our communities are striving for development, are striving for wealth, are striving for good health. All of these things are available to us, especially after we've gone through great harm, like what happened in Nogun-ri. But these things can only come our way if we are willing to embrace the path of peace. There have been cultures and countries that have gone through what you have gone through. And instead of embracing peace, they've decided we will embrace war. And over decades, they continue to see death and destruction. The people of Nogun-ri have chosen first to use their pain to tell the story about the harm that was done in that community. Now it's time to begin to start that journey of letting go. Letting go of a difficult past. But by letting go, we are not forgetting what brought us to that place. Because it is in remembering that we're able to do life differently. It is in remembering that we're able to be compassionate to others. It is in remembering that we're able to hold our communities together. My hope and prayer for all of you is that you use your pain, the anger, the hurt from 70 years ago to build a stronger and a better society. A society that responds to the needs of our people. A society that is equal. A society that considers the rights of her women and her youth. A society that holds together and is no more or will no longer allow any outside forces to separate them. The pain of 70 years ago should be used to build a brighter and a better society. A society where the children are compassionate. A society where the leaders are responsive to the needs of the people. A society where people can interact with each other regardless of where racism and discrimination is not a part. May the pain of 70 years ago transform Nogun-ri into a society where everyone in Korea will be proud of. A society where people are valued. A society where the policies consider the needs of our people and that politicians are caring and care for their people. In my own country, Liberia, we're still struggling on that journey. But for us women, we have recognized that our nation can be no different and no better if we fail to do those things that we need to do. Start a journey of dialogue, start a journey of forgiveness, start a journey of truth telling. In my own life, I have come to the place where I recognize that I would not be whole, I would not be able to do what I do if I continuously held on to the hurt and pain that I had against the ex-child soldiers, against those who carry guns, against those who perpetrated violence in our villages, against those who killed mothers and babies and went to the church and slaughtered people. I believe that there is no way I would be on this journey if I had not said to myself, it's time to let go, it's time to forgive, it's time to move on, and it's time to let peace prevail. It is my hope and prayer that as you commemorate this 70th anniversary of the Nogun-ri incident, that 70 years from now, the language will be peace, peaceful coexistence, and justice. I thank you.
네, 이렇게 저희
And we've listened to a most meaningful keynote speech. And now we will have a Q&A session. I would like to deliver a couple of questions on behalf of the audience. This is the first question. I would like to ask in English.
Nogun-ri incident or the Korean War in mind, what kind of peace messages would you want to impact to the victims and bereaved families of Nogun-ri incident and the Korean people in general, in terms of approaches for us to take to realize a peaceful unification on the Korean Peninsula? That's my first question. 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
To the victims and the survivors of the Nogun-ri incidents, I know that our world has moved in the right direction in some instances, and our world has moved backwards in other instances. But I believe sincerely that your spirit of peace and seeking justice have led to some of the good things that our world have seen. Your strength in trying to let the world know what happened in that space is something that I think you can continue to do. Hopefully, using the pains of the past to teach lessons to young people that violence and violent suppression is never the answer. To teach lessons to leaders that the use of violence on innocent people is never the answer. I believe strongly as a survivor of war, like those of you who survived the Nogun-ri incidents and those who are relatives of them, that sometimes it's very difficult for us to even imagine a world of peace or imagine, but until you've gone through actual pains of war and violence, you have the moral voice, you have the legitimacy to now stand up and say, let's all work for peace. The tragedy of the Nogun-ri incidents is something that we cannot understate. But I believe that you all should never stop talking about it and never stop memorializing the legacies of the victims, but also to use that as a means of pursuing peace in our world, and use that as a means of encouraging people to live and to work peacefully. I believe that the Korean Peninsula have seen a lot. There have been a lot of incidents. I am honored to have been one of the few individuals that visited both the North and the South. And I know that there are relatives on the North and the South side who want to see each other. And I have said over and again that the problems with the Korean Peninsula cannot be solved by any other nation but the Korean people. So I encourage the Korean people to begin to advocate for dialogue between the nations, to begin to advocate for trade passage between and amongst the nations, to begin to advocate for citizen to citizen kind of meeting, and that there will be, let them advocate for a way for those on the other side, relatives, to visit their relatives. This is nothing that anyone else can do for the Korean people. We will have parties who will come, but they will only come and be involved because of their political interest. When it comes to the Korean Peninsula, it is not about political interest, it's about the families who are longing to be reunited. And I firmly believe that until the Korean people take on and refuse to let outsiders manipulate their crisis, we will continue to see what we see. This is the moment. The world is calling you. The incidents in Nogun-ri, the Peninsula incidents, is calling the Korean people now to unite and to begin a process of healing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a meaningful answer. And this is my second question, is that would you please suggest ideal ways of pursuing peace activities for Nogun-ri, including the victims, bereaved families, scholars, or peace activists involved, etc., in order to spread its message more effectively to the public and also further to the whole world? That's my second question.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nogun-ri. I'm from Liberia, a tiny country in West Africa. You see, when I was 17 years old, my nation went to war. And during that period, we lost 250,000 of our compatriots. 1 million became internally displaced, 500,000 became refugees. The impact of the conflict on the lives of Liberians is still being felt today, years after the end of the Civil War. Today, as a nation, we continue to grapple with the impact of the war. There is not a single household in my country, Liberia, that people will tell you did not feel the pinch of the war. My experience of that war is as a 17-year-old girl fresh out of high school, never really seeing any violent incident, sheltered and protected by our community. I was thrust into a life of seeing violence all around me on a daily basis. I grew up with that as my reality from 17 to 31. In the process of hardship and pain, In some instances, I had to go out to find food for my family. I had to go and check on relatives who were far away and take money to them. The harassment between checkpoints and the fear of soldiers and the fear of being abducted and taken to some unknown place. But it never stopped me from moving. And in all of those years, I carried this heavy sense of anger and pain. Why must my community be in such a chaotic situation? Several years into the war, I found myself working with women and with child soldiers, especially child soldiers, listening to their stories, listening to their concerns. As upset as I was with this group of young people, I couldn't help but wonder, are they victims or are they perpetrators? The more we dialogued, the more I interacted with them, I came to realize that these young people were also victims. You see, a lot of them were very young when they were fed drugs and given arms and sent out to kill their own people. A lot of them were misled and misguided into taking guns. A lot of them committed some of the most vicious acts and carried out some of the worst atrocities in villages, like what happened in Nogun-ri. Sitting and talking with those young people I never thought was possible. But I had to make myself to sit and listen. Because you see, the distance between peace and hate is understanding and dialogue. And I wanted to understand. I didn't want to be stuck in a place of hate. Because you see, hate is toxic. And when people have offended you and you carry that hate in your heart, you carry those people around with you for the rest of your life. I did not want to be that person. And so in my interaction with these young people, I came to understand that they too were victims. So my anger became directed at those who bought guns and gave to them. And I decided my place was not to take gun and fight, but to use my voice and whatever moral authority I had to speak out about the incidents of war and how it is not the answer to solving problems. 25 years later, I'm still on this journey. I've come to realize that war and violence and revenge is never the answer. That when your society has seen war, and your society has seen violence, and your society has seen hate and abuse, you must turn to non-violence as the tool for transforming your society. You see, most times people tend to think that, oh, when they strike, we should strike. But just go into your mind's eye for a moment and imagine when you have fire on a building and the firefighters come. They do not use fire to put out the fire. The firefighters use coolant to put out the fire. And in a lot of our spaces and places, non-violence represents the coolant. Revenge is fire. You can't fight fire with fire. Violence is fire. You can't fight fire with fire. Non-violence is a coolant, but that non-violence has to be something that you decide from deep within, that I'm going to use my pain, and that is the most powerful weapon. Because you see, those who are violent, when you respond to them with non-violence, they have no answer for you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've been on this journey for so long. And it's not an easy journey, because on a daily basis you have to wake up and remind yourself, I choose peace over war. I choose love over hate. I choose reconciliation over revenge. And I choose forgiveness over unforgiveness. Today I know that 70 years ago, what happened in Nogun-ri is something that We are still, those who survive and those who have relatives who died are still reeling with the thought, how did we get there? What went wrong? Why our society? Why our community? Why did it happen to us? 70 years later, people are still looking for answers. And you are right for looking for answers. You're right for trying to find peace. You're right for doing that, because in my own country, Liberia, people are still searching for answers from one corner to the other. Communities where children were massacred. In my own church, over 250 people were massacred. People are still trying to find answers. People are still seeking for reparation. People are still seeking for reconciliation. But you see, those processes can be politically driven. Our governments can say, yes, let's start a process of reconciliation. Our governments can say, yes, we'll give you reparation. But that true healing can only come from within. The journey to healing is a personal journey. No one can force you to take that journey. And this is something that I learned in my work. Do I want to hate? The answer was no. Do I want to revenge? The answer was no. Do I want to live in a state of fear? Because when you're planning to attack someone, you're also thinking, are they going to attack me? The answer was no. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what happened in Nogun-ri should not happen to any community. What happened in Nogun-ri, no group of people should have to live through it. The sadness of that happening and you being the one to put it out there for the world to recognize should not be the case. The world should recognize that a terrible harm has happened. Today, you've taken your story, you've put it out there. And the beauty is that you're using your story to transform your society. And I'm asking you to take it a step further, to use the story of the pain of the people of Nogun-ri to transform our world. To seek and offer forgiveness, to seek reconciliation, to seek and offer peace, and to seek and offer justice. Nogun-ri can be the model for peace in Korea. Nogun-ri can be the model for peace in the Korean Peninsula. The people of Nogun-ri can be the model for peace in our world. Today, as you think about the past, may it not be in thoughts of pain, but in thoughts of forgiveness and in thoughts of reconciliation. But most importantly, thoughts of using your history to transform our world for the greater good. I took my pain. I took the hurt of the war. I took the hurt of my innocence being taken away from me and transformed it into a tool for transforming nations. And I know that many people in Nogun-ri and in Korea who are doing the same thing. And today I offer my hands to all of you and say to you, let's continue the journey of peace, justice, and our collective humanity. Thank you to the Nogun-ri Foundation for inviting me. Thank you, and may your struggles for peace touch the world and touch Korea and bring an end to the separation of families. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 저희 기조 연설해 주신 니마보이 회장님께 질의응답을 진행했습니다.
This concludes the keynote session.
President Lima Boy for your meaningful words and also your time today. 다시 한번 이번 포럼에 함께 해주셔서
Once again, we extend our heartfelt appreciation, and we'd like to ask for a big round of applause to Ms. Lima Boy for her time. Thank you very much. This concludes the keynote session. We'd like to now go into a short break, and we will be back at 4:05 for the Roundtable Session 1. So we'll see you back soon. Thank you very much.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
I'd like to make an announcement. The roundtable session 1 will begin shortly.
마스크는 그냥 벗고 해도 되잖아요.
마스크 벗으면 괜찮습니다. 아까 비만 차가는 아까 일하기 때문에 지금을 쓰고 있다가
아니 이제 빼도 될 것 같은데. 여기 지금 뭐 청중도 별로 없는데. 예, 평균도.
네, 이제 모두 준비가 된.
I believe we are ready to begin the roundtable. We will begin roundtable 1. First of all, I'd like to introduce the moderator of the first roundtable. I'd like to invite President Kim Bong-hyun of the Jeju Peace Institute. Please greet him with a warm round of applause. And Mr. Kim Bong-hyun, President of Jeju Peace Institute, will be MC. And we have 4 speakers. We have Ko Yu-hwan, President of the Korean Institute for National Unification. Please greet him with a warm round of applause. And from online, we have from the Center on International Cooperation of New York University, Leif Torres. Please say hello with a warm round of applause. And President Liberato Bautista, President of the Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations at the UN. Please greet him with a round of applause. And on the stage, we have Chairman Jung Gu-do of the Nogun-ri International Peace Foundation, who is also participating as the speaker of the roundtable. And President Kim Bong-hyun will be moderating the roundtable, and we will have both online and offline speakers. So if we are ready, may we begin?
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am moderating the first roundtable. I am Kim Bong-hyun, President of Jeju Peace Institute. It is my deep honor to be part of the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum as a moderator. I am deeply honored and pleased. So please allow me for speaking in Korean, and if necessary, please allow me to speak in English for our foreign participants.
My name is Bong-hyun Kim, President of Jeju Peace Institute. It is a great honor and privilege to moderate this wonderful session. Today's the title of the session is Conversation with World Peace Leaders. 금년이 이제
This year, the year of 2020, marks the 70th anniversary of the Nogun-ri incident. It is also the 70th anniversary of the Korean War. What is also meaningful is that it is the 75th anniversary of the launch of the United Nations. So it is truly a meaningful year. And so at this juncture, I believe that it is all the more meaningful to be hosting this forum.
Anniversary of Nogun-ri incident, and also 70th anniversary of breakout of the Korean War. And also this year marks the 75th years of establishment of the United Nations. So this is quite meaningful for this session to take up the issue of peace. 먼저 제가
Before we begin, to all the victims of the Nogun-ri incident and the bereaved families of the Nogun-ri incident, I like to express my deep consolation. As you are well aware, the Nogun-ri incident is not just a simple tragedy. It showcases the tragic outcome a war could bring to humanity. Therefore, the Nogun-ri incident holds not only a symbolic meaning of the Korean War, but also the consequences of a threat to peace, to humanity. In this regard, I believe that all of us are well aware that peace is critical through such incidents. And such peace should not be limited to the Korean Peninsula, but should go toward the world, including the Asia-Pacific region. And I hope this brings us to realize the need of thinking about the value of peace once again. In this context, we have 4 renowned speakers. I understand we have 1 hour and a half in total. So after we listen to each of the presentations, I'd like to propose a Q&A session of about 30 minutes. And during those 30 minutes, we will be receiving and collecting questions from the audience so that our speakers could give their answers. So let me give a brief introduction of our speakers. Right to my left side, we have Mr. Go Yu-hwan, the president of the Korean Institute for National Unification. He has recently been appointed as the head of the Korea Institute for National Institution. He's one of the most renowned scholars of North Korean studies. He has lectured for a long time at Dongguk University and is now serving as president of KINU. I am well aware that President Go Yu-hwan is showing great leadership at KINU, and we could expect great support for unification studies. And we have Dr. Liberato Bautista. We are together via online. Mr. Bautista is currently the president of Congo,
for the United Nations and the International Affairs of the General Board of Church and Society of the United Methodist Church. I welcome you, Reverend Dr.
바우티스타 박사님을 환영하는 바입니다.
정구도 이사장님 소개를.
I also have the honor to introduce Chairman Jung Gu-do. I'm sure you are well aware that Chairman Jung Gu-do contributed to telling the truth of Nogun-ri to the entire world and also contributed to bringing consolation and justice to the victims of Nogun-ri. And he has been one of the leading figures to bringing out an expression of regret from the U.S. government about the incident. As a matter of fact, without Chairman Jung Gu-do, I believe that the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum could not have taken place at all. In this regard, from the beginning to the end of this whole process, Chairman Jung Gu-do has made a great contribution, and his belated father also made a great devotion and dedication, which is being succeeded by Chairman Jung Gu-do as he leads the Nogun-ri International Peace Foundation and also leads the Nogun-ri Peace Museum. So I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude for you to be here as a speaker.
Another speaker today, Ms. Liv Torres. He's now the professor at the New York University. He is a very ardent advocate for peace and reconciliation. Therefore, I think we can have a lot of benefit from her presentation today, and also participation in the process of question and answers. Having said this, I'd like to outline the way which I run this session. We have, as I said, 90 minutes. And we have 4 speakers, and I will give 10 or 15 minutes to every speaker, respectively, and then we will have 30 or 40 minutes of question and answer session. Having said this, I'd like to give the floor to the first speaker, the president of Unification Institute, Professor Go Yu-han.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. At the Nogun-ri Global Peace Forum, I'm invited as a speaker. It is an honor for me. I'd like to thank the Yeongdong-gun government and the organizers, and also the committee members of the commemorative project for the 70th anniversary of the Nogun-ri incident. On a personal note, it was around 2010 when I went to the United States as a visiting scholar at Stanford University, and I was joined by a journalist, Mr. Choi Sung-un, who is affiliated with the New York Times. When he was a reporter at AP, the Associated Press, he covered the Nogun-ri news, and he has actually made the headlines all over the world. And it is through this news coverage they received the Pulitzer Award Prize. And I was with him, Mr. Che, at the Asia Pacific the Institute. He was a fellow and I was a visiting scholar, and we were able to engage in in-depth discussions about the Korean Peninsula issues. So when I was invited as a speaker at the Nogun-ri Peace Forum, I accepted immediately the offer because of this personal acquaintance I developed with Mr. Che. And also, furthermore, I believe that as we commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Korean War, and also the 70th anniversary of the Nogun-ri incident, we believe that there are still issues to be resolved, some issues to be settled. And therefore, we should make efforts to bring an end to the Korean War and to bring a permanent peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. I think it's going to be quite meaningful that we come together for discussions on such a very important topic. I'd like to talk about KINU, the Korean Unification of Peace, the Institute for National Unification. It was established in 1991. You remember that the reunification of Germany was realized in 1990, and the Soviet bloc countries began to crumble in 1991. And before the KINU was established, we existed in a different name, an Institute for National Unification it was. And it was the only state-owned and state-run research institute in Korea to look into very important issues of reunification and the Korean Peninsula issues. And I came to come to the idea that we have been divided for 70 years, and we have always said that we desire more than anything reunification of the Korean Peninsula. Although we've put in so much effort, we're not able to realize reunification. Actually, it becomes more distanced from us as time goes by. And it was at the time of the establishment of 1990, the KINU in 1991, that North Korea began to show signs of developing nuclear weapons. 30 years have passed. We're not able to resolve the North Korean nuclear issue. Actually, they're advancing their capabilities, even if as we try to put in more efforts to resolve the issue. And there are some international agreements reached between North Korea and it could be the United States, Korea, or other the stakeholders. It's very difficult to come up with an agreement, but immediately after the agreement is signed, it just becomes the dead clauses. They don't abide by the clauses anymore. Why is this happening? And we are trying to come up with solutions every time at the KINU. And KINU needs to continue its efforts to make contributions to resolving the issues. And I, as the president, am very committed to making further contributions. when it comes to the Korean Peninsula issue in 2018, the Panmunjom Joint Declaration was made, and the Pyongyang Joint Declaration was also made between North and South Koreas. And there was the Singapore joint communique between the United States and North Korea in Singapore, but there was the so-called no deal at the Hanoi summit, and on the 16th of June this year, North Korea chose to blow up, explode the liaison office in the Kaesong. So our discussions, our talks have come into a complete stall. And also we have the pandemic issue, the COVID-19 issue, and there's also the rivalry between the United States and China. So this is indeed an issue that we must address, but then again, there are a lot of things to be done. But then again, you have to remember that there are a lot of big stumbling blocks ahead of us in overcoming these problems. But as we try to overcome the COVID, the pandemic issue, we were able to come up with an exemplar case. We have the so-called K quarantine, which has been celebrated by countries as a successful exemplar. And also Korea, South Korea is the country that is known for being able to realize democracy, democratization, and economic development at the same time. So K-peace is certainly something that we need to aspire to achieve. This is not something we are able to realize yet. If we're able to realize the K-peace, realize reunification, then we would be able to set an exemplar to the world with a peace model. And when it comes to the South Korean Peninsula peace process, we need to be very successful, and we need to establish a K-peace and also come out to complete the full-rounded the K model, exemplar model to the world. And today I wanted to talk about this very, very big theme of peace process on the Korean Peninsula. The Moon Jae-in government is pursuing Korean Peninsula peace process. What it means is that they place a priority on peace within the Korean Peninsula. No war is going to be tolerated, and more than any other value, peace is going to be given the highest priority. They even say it's only peace. And that is why the name of the process the current government is pursuing is the Korean Peninsula Peace Process. Previously, the other governments have named it Korean Peninsula Denuclearization and Peace Process. And at the time of the Lee Myung-bak government, the one before Park Geun-hye government, they said that this is a denuclearization process. Priorities have been placed on the denuclearization, but the Moon Jae-in government, the current government, is placing peace, giving peace the highest priority. The Moon government believes that there should not be another war on the Korean Peninsula because it's been such a harsh experience for the Korean people. We are not able to end the Korean War yet. And if you look at the current order, you will see that the armistice agreement is and the basis of the armistice regime. So this is the armistice regime, and this is the foundation for the order that has been established on the Korean Peninsula. When something is fixed as a regime or as a order, that this is not easily reversible. This is not something that can be reversed just by a handshake of the leaders, by signing of an agreement between just the two sides. Even if we come up with a peace agreement, you would have to remember that there is animosity felt between the North Koreans and the Americans because of the war, and there has been some conflict that's been incurred because of the war between South and North Koreans, and there are some conflicts within the South Korean society as well. That's all structural problem. And also we have the USFK, the US forces in Korea issue, and we have the OPCON issue, the wartime operation control issue as well. So this is not something that can be resolved just with a piece of paper. This is not just something that can be overcome by a statement or two. This is going to require an arduous process, and this, in order to overcome this problem, the Moon Jae-in government is saying that in the course of any efforts that we place, we might to make very clear that we cannot tolerate another war. So peace is going to be the priority, and this priority is going to be applied to the Korean Peninsula process, and that is why the name is the Korean Peninsula Peace Process. On a personal note, I'd like to say that when it comes to denuclearization, we must realize denuclearization. That's certainly a very important objective for us. So peace and denuclearization could be the exchange. In other words, this is an exchange process between the peace and the denuclearizations. What I mean by that is that since the Moon Jae-in government was inaugurated, at the time, the North Korean the regime had conducted many missile and nuclear tests, and the Trump administration has used very strong words such as fire and fury, and totally destroying the North Koreans was even mentioned by the U.S. side. So we were at the brink of a war breaking out on the Korean Peninsula. This is not such a long time ago. You remember that we were in the midst of a crisis that could lead to a breakout of a war. And the Moon Jae-in government pursued a peace process at that time. And it was also the time of the Winter Olympics. We hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018, and a truce during the war, during the Olympics has been adopted, and therefore the military exercises ceases to be held. That led to the North Korean the athletes participating at the Olympics, and there was a top-down approach between the leaders, and this has led to the inter-Korean summits, and also to the US DPRK summits in Singapore and so on. And we had a delegation sent to North Korea at March of 2008, March 5th of the 2018, and Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader, said that, mentioned about the Korean War. After the war, Kim Jong-un said that they experienced fear as well. And North Korea said that it is because of the relationship of animosity between the U.S. and North Korea that led to North Korea developing nuclear weapons. And if the security can be assured, there is no reason for North Korea to hold on to nuclear arsenals. This is a conditional denuclearization pledge on the part of North Korea. And through the bilateral meetings, such messages have been delivered to the South Korean side as also to the United States side. And when it comes to principles, and when it comes to directions, it's been quite clear. And the 4 pillars have been set up at the US DPRK summit. But when it comes to coming up with roadmaps, when it comes to the implementation measures, the objective is very clear, is denuclearizations, and South and North Korea agree on that. When it comes to methodologies of realizing the objectives, for North Korea, they believed that blowing up the Yongbyon, the nuclear facility, would be met with other countermeasures such as a joint liaison office establishment and lifting of some sanctions. And at the September North-South communique, it has been presented, the ideas have been presented, and the U.S. side shows signs of accepting such approach. And this has led to the Hanoi summit between U.S. and DPRK. They wanted to come up with a deal, but Kim Jong-un wanted all the sanction measures lifted, and that was not acceptable to the U.S. side. Mr. Trump said at the time that they needed more than the Yongbyon facility. They needed Yongbyon plus Alpha approach. As Bolton indicated in his memoir, the U.S. wanted North Korea to give up 5 more facilities on top of Yongbyon, because Yongbyon is just an old, outdated facility. So they wanted a big deal, and this ended up as a no deal. And this no deal situation has is persisting to this day. And Mr. Kim Jong-un is saying that they were willing to wait because he lost his face. He was willing to wait until the end of presidential elections and wait until the election outcome comes out. Mr. Trump was not able to come up with something different during the election campaign period. So North Korea is saying that they are going to take a long-term approach. They will wait to see position. And to the South Korean side, North Korea expressed its complaint. They are saying that we should not be like a promoter, facilitator. They're saying that we should be a direct stakeholder, direct participating party. And the end result is the explosion, the blowing up of the liaison office in the Kaesong in June of 2020. So what has happened is that for Mr. Trump, there were 3 summit meetings between North Korean leader and South Korean leader, and there were 2 summit meetings between North Korean leader and the U.S. leader, and there's been other encounters as well. There have been a series of performances. People said that they went along very well, the leaders, but no concrete actions have been taken to realize denuclearization, and we're now about to see a power change in the United States. So the new government, a new administration of the United States has to address the issue directly in the future. Now, when it comes to the ending the Korean War, about making the ending the Korean War with a treaty, the Korean War has been going on for too long. So the suggestions about the end war declaration was that came out. So making an end to the war is going to be desirable, and it's cannot be just done by a statement. Also, what is important is that we restore peace, and therefore we need a political declaration and intention to end the war. So after this end the war declaration is made, then we could take measures accordingly to go towards officially ending the war. And therefore, that this was included in the April 27th Panmunjom Declaration. It has been mentioned that this is going to do either 2-party or 3-party declaration to end the war. And it was also repeated at the Pyongyang the joint declaration in the September. So this is like an opening a channel. This was the initial movement. But some say that if we make an end of war declaration, then the other issues are going to emerge, such as removing the U.S. troops from the Korean Peninsula and so on. So some said that we should remain very cautious. We should not make an end of war declaration immediately. When you make a peace agreement, you usually come up with the end of war declaration in the first clause. But the war has been going on for too long. In other words, if it was a short-lived war, then we can just end the war with a treaty. But the war has been going on for too long that we need to start building confidence with end the war declaration. And then we need to motivate North Korea to give up nuclear weapons, and then proceed with a peace treaty and denuclearization discussions. So this is going to be like opening a door for further dialogue, further development in the future. So we are at the stalemate situation, and President Moon made a keynote speech at the United Nations General Assembly, and has made a suggestion for the end of war declaration. As he has mentioned, he has like 3 basic principles to follow. First is the toleration of no war. This was mentioned many times. President Moon Jae-in is not going to allow for any war to happen in the Korean Peninsula. And security assurance for both sides. This is going to reduce the threat. It's going to give assurances to both sides. And the third thing is about pursuing co-prosperity. These are the 3 principles that President Moon Jae-in adheres to in the pursuing progress. And in order to make sure that we keep up this momentum, we need to come up with the end of war declaration. This is not an issue separate from the denuclearization. As you can see, there is like a key pro quo principle. So this could be a part of the process towards the denuclearization. So this is not an issue completely irrelevant of the denuclearization process. I think it's too much of exaggerations to make such an argument. Now I'd like to talk about the U.S.-China US-China rivalry, and you would remember that this war began by the North Korean aggression, but then there was an engagement, involvement of the Chinese volunteer army, and because of that, because of the wars have been fought by the U.S. Army, the Chinese Army, and the Korean armies, we are not able to come to end the Korean War, and we are still at war. And North Korea now has nuclear arsenal, and this has been a strong motivation for North Korean people. An unended war has motivated North Koreans to develop nuclear arsenal. In this, we have to bear in mind of this new U.S.-China rivalry, and this further complicated the Korean Peninsula issue. And many people are saying that when it comes to economy, we are closer to China. When it comes to security issues, we have maintained the traditional, very strong alliance with the United States. For economy, it's China. For the security, it's United States. 안미 경중 is the term that people use. We may be asked to make a choice, but we don't necessarily need to make a choice. We wanted to maintain a very balanced position, and also the Lee Myung-bak and Park Geun-hye government, they also wanted to maintain a pragmatic and balanced position. We're not making we don't have a term, for the current government does not have a term for that, but we would like to contribute to peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula, and that's what we should do. And about the future, the developments, I'd like to address those issues at the Q&A session. This concludes my talk. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
A very informative presentation. You talked about the peace process on the Korean Peninsula, which was initiated by the Moon administration, and also declaration of end of war, and also denuclearization process. And you talked about peace treaty and the conflict between U.S. and China in the East Asia region, and also on the Korean Peninsula. I think those are very important elements in the process of the unification and peace on the Korean Peninsula. Therefore, I think a lot of questions can be addressed to Professor Ko after the presentation, but I have already two questions from the audience, but later I will ask you a question to you, Professor Ko. And now I'd like to introduce the second the speaker, Director Liv Torres. She is participating virtually, and I welcome you, Director Liv Torres. The floor is yours, so you can have a time, 10 minutes or 15 minutes presentation time.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Nogun-ri survivors, I'm very happy and privileged that you invited me to join this event. I just wish that I could have been with you in person. And I think you all understand why this is so difficult to travel right now. But I was privileged actually to come down to the Republic of Korea in June this year and met with the representatives of your leadership and saw the hospitality, the energy, and the fantastic spirits of the South Koreans. So I feel very privileged about that. Now, we were all looking forward, I think, to 2020. We were supposed to celebrate the UN 75th anniversary, which we are doing. We are also celebrating some of the big agreements about women's rights, Women, Peace and Security 1325, the Beijing Conference, etc. And we were looking forward to marking the Korea War both the costs of the war, what was invested in the war from millions of people, and the efforts afterwards to build peace and unity on the Korean Peninsula. It has not always been easy, we are aware of that, but there's been massive efforts done, and you continue to do massive efforts. Of course, the celebrations and the marking of anniversaries became very different with the pandemic. And the pandemic is set to persist for years. We still have a health crisis. We also see the spillover effects in an economic crisis, which will last for years and leads to massive unemployment, poverty, and tensions. We will also see spillovers on political effects, and those will also last for many, many years. So I think this is basically the time to focus on de-escalation, on reducing tensions, reducing polarization. And I'd like to just share with you some of the factors that I think are important from many years working in the humanitarian sector, several years in the Nobel Peace Center, meeting Nobel Peace Laureates and seeing what they have been doing on the ground. And now as director of the Pathfinders Alliance in New York, with 38 countries, basically leading on peace, justice, and inclusion. And one of the very active ones is actually the Republic of Korea, which I'm very happy to see regularly in New York as well, and the work Korea is doing up towards the UN. Let me share with you some of the factors that I think are important globally as well as locally. The first one is to de-escalate the great powers tensions that we have seen escalating over the past few years. Now is the time to de-escalate, appeal to dialogue, and appeal to everyone to gather around multilateral institutions and dialogue around joint cooperative solutions and discussions. We have also seen coalitions of willing countries where, for example, Pathfinders that I'm leading the Secretariat for is one of them, but willing countries stepping up, taking a leadership role globally for peace, justice, and inclusion. And that is of huge importance. Korea is one of the active countries on the global scene in that respect. But that's the first factor, to de-escalate tension and appeal for multilateral collaboration. Secondly, to fight poverty, and the poverty that we have now seen also increasing as a result of the pandemic. We see millions of new people unemployed due to the pandemic. We see acute hunger in danger of doubling, and that needs to be addressed urgently. Point number 3, we have to fight inequality. Inequality is lying there as a ticking problem for a lot of the other problems that we've seen over the past decades. Inequality between countries, but also inequality that has massively increased within countries. Another factor I think is of crucial importance now is to address justice, give people access to justice and rebuild the justice system in order to make it a people-centered justice system. There's 5 billion people globally that have got no access to justice. They are either lacking IDs, contracts for their work, papers on the land where they are living and working, and or have major serious justice problems. It's 5 billion people. Another thing we need to address urgently is we have to increase trust. I think many countries saw the importance of trust, people's trust in leaders, in governments. Korea was one of the countries that saw the importance of trust during the pandemic. Other countries had not built up those stockpiles of trust and looked to Korea, Scandinavian countries the same, to learn how that could and can be done. But trust building is of crucial importance, which also means that governments need to deliver on the issues where people have the most needs. Another factor we have to address is we have to decrease polarization. The country where I'm sitting in currently in New York is a good example or case where that is urgently needed, but we see it in many countries as a result of increasing inequality and gap in resources over the years. The polarization and tensions have also grown. And in some countries, of course, the distribution in resources, the gap between rich and poor, also overlap with ethnic differences, racial background, gender, religion, etc. And with that, such overlapping cleavages, the polarization increases even more. Next, we have to rebuild respect for dialogue, negotiations, and compromise. And that's not only in global institutions, but also in the local ones, at the workplace, and in social media, and on internet. It's not always easy. We have seen how social media in particular have become filled with echo chambers where people talk to the people they agree with and they fight with others. But we need to build and rebuild a culture of dialogue, listening to other people, trying to understand their views, negotiations, and compromise. With that, we also have, and that's my next point, to rebuild the respect for human rights. I think we often act as if human rights is something that is administered and should be respected at the global level or at leadership level, at national level, but actually it has to be built from the bottom up. Eleanor Roosevelt once said that if we don't respect human rights at the local level, towards our neighbors, towards our colleagues at work, towards students we study with at school, etc. If we don't respect human rights at the local level, no one is going to do it at the leadership level, the national level, or the global level. Two more things I think we need to address. We need to strengthen good governance. There's more and more countries that are putting pressure on freedom of speech, of the right to organize, civil society, and suppressing democratic rights. I think that is a major problem. It goes often in parallel with increasing inequality as well, and needs to be addressed. Good governance is crucial for long-term development and sustainability and peace. Lastly, we need to reduce the violence levels that we now see globally. 80% of the people killed every year are killed outside conflict zones in urban areas, urban violence or domestic violence, gender-based violence, violence against children, etc. and that needs to be our urgent attention. For several reasons. One of them is that this is a major problem in itself. The other is that this kind of violence is also becoming a security risk at the national and global level, which we need to address. 500,000 people were killed in 2018. 80% of the people killed outside conflict zones, and with the pandemic we can expect social unrest and violence to increase too. So we have a long list of issues to address. I think the most crucial thing is to remember that conflict seldom grows out of nothing. It seldom explodes unexpectedly. It happens step by step, and we need to stop polarization and tensions early. I'm very glad that the Republic of Korea is playing such a crucial and active role globally. I'm particularly glad to see the Nogun-ri survivors being key representatives for peace, justice, reconciliation moves on the Korean Peninsula, but also being important representatives telling the whole world the need to talk, to promote dialogue, to promote reconciliation, and peace, justice, and inclusion. I hope that the Nogun-ri survivors will be joined by many more who support the same causes of peace, justice, and inclusion. And I'm very happy to be part of this event, which I think is an important marking of exactly those ambitions and goals of peace and reconciliation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director Torres, for your excellent presentation. I think I can categorize your presentation into three: the making peace, and the keeping peace, and the building peace. How we can make peace, how we can keep peace, and how we can build peace. You pointed out 10 very important elements for making peace and keeping peace and building peace. The poverty, hunger, food shortages, all these are the cause of tension in one society. Therefore, we have to address those problems as well. And also, we need to include justice, trust, and human rights in the process of building peace. Therefore, those are the very important elements. Probably we can come back with you some questions after the presentation of the other speakers. Thank you for your very instructive presentation. And next speaker is
And the next speaker is Jung Gu-do, Chairman of the Nogun-ri International Peace Foundation. Chairman Jung, I apologize in advance. We are delayed quite a bit, so if you could just give us a very short 10-minute presentation, that will be great. And President Torres, I'm delighted to meet you virtually. And also, I would like to say hello to Mr. Bautista. I'd like to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here today. We met last year for the UN event. I'd like to say that we take a victim-centered approach in trying to push ahead with this movement. I'd like to talk about the result, implication, and the future direction of such a victim-centered, truth-revealing movement. The Nogun-ri incident has what happened from July 25th to 29th in 1950 at the Hwanggan-ri of the Yeongdong-gun. And this is an incident where the civilians were being killed by the U.S. Army. And my father, the late Chung Gun-young, released a novel, though Do Thou Know Our Pain? And he was the first one to make public of this Nogun incident. And we established a special task force on victims of the Nogun incidents since then. And we pursued the truth-related activities. My father made a writer's approach, which is to publish a novel. And I worked as a spokesperson for the task force. So I promoted the case to domestic and foreign media outlets for 5 years. And I published books, and I think our efforts at the task force has led to the Associated Press picking up the story. And they reported on the Nogun incident, and the major media outlets responded by making headlines about the incident. And the Korean government and U.S. government conducted the investigations. And after 1 year and 3 months of investigation, President Clinton made an announcement of regret. And this came about after the investigation was concluded. And a special act on the review and restoration of the honor for the Nogun victims was passed at the National Assembly. And the Nogun Peace Park was established as a result. And my father, the late Chung Eun-young, and Yang Hae-chan, the current president of the victims, the association, they played the leading roles. If I could just give you a short definition of the Nogun-ri, this was a historical war on human rights between the Korea and the United States, and the Nogun-ri incident should not be repeated for the second or the third time. We need to make sure that we establish peace in order to prevent such tragedies. We need to overcome the national division and establish peace. The Nogun-ri incident was reported by AP, and they received the Pulitzer Prize, which is the equivalent of Nobel Prize at the media world. And my father passed away in 2014. And New York Times printed an obituary of my father, and it was about half a page. At the New York Times, and also at the French newspapers, and also military news of the United States. The obituaries have been reported as well. And I think in the Korea's contemporary history, when it comes to the national awareness, I think we come second after the May 18th democratization movement of Gwangju. So this is a very important, major historic event. And this is a case that represents human rights violation during the war in both the United States and in Korea. At the Bereaved Family Association, we made so much efforts, and we established the foundation based on such activities. I'd like to talk about some of the activities that have been pursued by the foundation. First, we have a special award, a Human Rights Award. This has begun in 2008, and we have 3 different areas to present awards to. And human rights, the individuals that actually contributed to the human rights will be given the awards. And we also have the writers competition, and we have the University Students Academia, and this academy is held about university students from 10 different countries participate, and in the future we want to bring out the leaders for human rights and peace. And we have been pursuing this, the academy, for many years. And given the time constraints, I won't be able to go into details about our activities, but I'd just like to make a few comments before I conclude. I believe that Nogun-ri incident has to do with the human rights and the peace. We need to educate the future generation, and we have just begun providing training for the teachers from the elementary, the middle, high, and high schools. So invite the students for training sessions on an annual basis. And for the youth, we have a special discussion roundtable meetings being held. And we also have cultural events. Nogun-ri Symphony Cantata is being held. This is a very special performance, and we have we join hands together with the Peace Museum of Japan at Hiroshima, and also the February 28th Instant Museum of Taiwan. We do a special exhibition. 2 exhibits are held every year since 2012. But 6 years ago, we had the 8th International Conference of Museums for Peace. We held a General Assembly. 200 participants from 35 countries, including museum directors and peace and human rights activists, came to Nogun-ri. And INMP General Assembly was held on the final day, which is the 4th day. All the participants visited Imjin-gak, and they announced a peace declaration to wish for a peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. Before I conclude, I'd like to talk about what we will do in the future. The Nogun-ri incident should not be repeated for any reason. There should not be a war breaking out in the Korean Peninsula. And this is the major lesson we draw from the Nogun-ri incident. We would like to commemorate the 70th anniversary for the Nogun-ri incident, and we want to bring the awareness to the Korean public as well as the international society. And at the Peace Foundation, we have about 4 projects we will pursue in the future. The first project would be to hold the University Students Peace Academy. We'll continue with our efforts to hold the University Students Peace Academy. In the morning sessions, we were joined by the children of and grandchild, child and the grandchild of the MIAs and KIAs during the Korean War. With a special session, we'll join hands together with the bereaved families of the U.S. Army to conduct a special session. We will make sure that the descendants of the U.S. soldiers and the officers of the Korean War participate at the future event. The second thing we will do is we will consolidate our efforts to build the network of the world-famous peace museums. Thirdly, we would promote friendly relations between bereaved families of American war veterans and victims of the Nogun-ri incident. Within the Yeongdong region, at the Battle of Yeongdong, many the officers and the soldiers were sacrificed, and we don't have a memorial to commemorate the sacrifice. And therefore, in the morning, with the bereaved families of the American war veterans, we met, and we will make joint efforts to come to a establishment of memorial in honor of the war veterans in the Battle of Yeongdong. And as was mentioned by President Ko Yu-hwan, we still have a lot of hurdles to overcome before we realize reunification and peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we will engage in civil society efforts to come up with a private level, the private level peace declaration. So we could do a campaign for the peace appeal. And in 3 years, we hope that we would be able to commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Armistice Agreement, not an end of war agreement. 70 years is quite enough. We long for peace. And therefore, at the NGO level, we hope that we'll be able to make some contribution. The government will do its part, and civil society organization will also do its part. We'll engage in international campaign, and we want to have a signature campaigns, so that about 100 million people from places around the world will participate. And with the signature, we hope that with the we'll be able to present this signature book to major powers around the Korean Peninsula, including Japan, China, Russia, and the United States. We hope that we'll be able to make our share of contributions to bring peace on the Korean Peninsula. We would like to join hands together with the Korean government so that we can make this appeal to people around the world. This ends my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chairman Chung has talked about the Nogun-ri, the campaign. He's the one that has actually brought the world's attention to the Nogun-ri, and he is saying that they should be developing it as the symbol for peace. He's a legendary figure in promoting this very important cause. And Chairman Chung has talked about what the foundation is going to do in the future. It was a visionary statement. I was greatly impressed with his remarks. He will engage in the various projects, including expanding the peace educations and also the peace academy. And he also was engaged in a different session in the morning. And he met with the bereaved families of the Korean War veterans on the U.S. side. And he also talked about the special exhibition, Human Rights and Peace. In particular, he has said that 70s is quite enough. He said that 70 years of the division is quite enough, and the Korean people have put up with this pain, difficulties, as the war continued for 70 years. And 70 years is quite enough for all of us. And I agree with him. And Chairman Chung, I hope that you would be able to engage successfully in that signature campaign. I hope that your campaign will work out very successfully in the future.
And we have the last speaker, but not least speaker. He is Reverend Dr. Bautista. I think he has been involved in Korean Peninsula issue for a long time. I've learned that almost 30 years he has been showing interest in Korean Peninsula issues. Therefore, I think he can have a very good presentation based on his experience on the issue of Korean Peninsula. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Bautista. This is your time. I think you can have 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
I need to have the screen share enabled by the technical people. I cannot share the screen. Excellencies, Nogun-ri survivors, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the event organizers for inviting me here at the forum. I'm deeply honored. I know that part of this commemorative event would have included activities in Washington, D.C. with the National Council of Churches of Christ in the U.S. and at the Church Center for the United Nations in New York, in my office there. The people of the United States must learn about what happened at Nogun-ri. It would have been also a time to introduce you to Congo, the Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations. Unfortunately, COVID-19 intervened. Thanks to you and your government for showing the rest of the world how to handle a deadly virus and build back better from its ravages. If it were not for travel quarantine, I would have joined you even if it involved a long trans-Pacific flight. My knowledge of the Korean people and your deep longing for justice, peace, reconciliation, and reunification has been deepened by the many trips I have made to your beautiful country beginning 1984, and the last being this past February at the Pyeongchang Global Peace Forum. These trips I have made in the last 36 years included one to the north, which gave me a rare vista of people's longings and conditions on each side of the geopolitical divide. This commemoration of the 70th anniversary of the tragic Nogun-ri massacre is unlike any other, usually ushered in with jubilations and fanfare. You have gathered us to collectively remember an ignominious killing of Korean civilians. This event is sacred as much as painful. It is about a massacre that was emblematic of a war, the Korean War, that inflicted untold pain and suffering. I came to know of your historic pain and suffering by listening well to your people and reading your progressive literature and their account of the grief woven with your longings for peace. I learned of your grief and sorrow likened to the pain of being birthed from the womb of Han. The Peace Park and Museum dedicated to the victims of Nogun-ri is a hallowed ground. It will remind us to never forget the horrors of war and the scars it left on human memory. To that memory, we affirm the sanctity of human life, to protect human rights, and heal the wounds as a historic and sacred duty. I address you today mindful and thankful of the collective of friends and circle of colleagues who are in this common enterprise of justice-making and peace-building. Along the way in this sojourn for democratization and reconciliation, I have come to admire many among you who have taken on the difficult task of peace building and reinstituting the institutions of democracy at great risk to their person and their circles of belonging. Common to all who took on this admirable but risky task was a unity on the understanding that national security laws and militarism, be it in Korea or elsewhere, subvert the very peace that repressive administrations after another have been sworn to protect, but all too ready to violate. That's because draconian laws and repressive methods were employed to keep a peace of the grave rather than a just and durable peace born out of democratically negotiated terms. I still recall in 1985, the Nestorian Orthodox Bishop Paulus Marpolus from South India, coming back from a student demonstration near Iwa Women's University, with very red eyes resulting from a painful dose of yellow tear gas lobbed at the street demonstration he attended. He and I and 3 more were members of an international fact-finding mission organized by the World Student Christian Federation, the Christian Conference of Asia, and the Asian Human Rights Commission. I remember this trip well. It included a visit and interview with Kim Dae-jung, recently arrived back from US exile and under house arrest. It was also my birthday, and I got a gift of that famed Kim Dae-jung calligraphy. Kim Dae-jung became your president and received the Nobel Peace Prize. His work, and that of all of you who have labored for democratization and human rights, are an account of that search for peace and pursuit of justice. It is an account of hope itself. In my ecumenical and NGO work, I have drunk from the well of knowledge of your intellectuals, religious leaders, student activists, theologians, authorities. Attending this event is partaking of that sacred act of memory and solidarity. It is special because they are shared between 2 peoples, yours Korean and mine Filipino, who have suffered from colonialism and the violence of militarism in the hands of Japanese occupiers, dictatorships, and American military intervention. My wife and I traveled separately to Korea in the early 1980s. We joined your student Christian activists bring to the streets and religious assemblies advocacy for human rights and democracy. Koreans in return came to the Philippines to exchange notes on grassroots organizing and mobilizing. I have been fortunate to work alongside Korean church and ecumenical leaders who were instrumental in raising the profile of your struggles in international arenas. Lives, limbs, and livelihoods were lost from these circles and collectives of friends for their advocacy of a more just, peaceable, and sustainable Korea. The National Council of Churches in Korea, the Korean Student Christian Federation, and the Korean YMCA are exemplars in prophetic witness and courage. They paved the way for North and South Koreans to meet when it was not allowed to, when that was not allowed to be done. Through painstaking negotiations, ecumenical leaders worldwide journeyed with you in the struggle for democratization and reconciliation. This came to be known as the Tosanso process, named after the place in Japan where the first meeting was held, that was delicately shepherded by the Commission of the Churches in International Affairs of the World Council of Churches. The Tosanso process was ecumenical diplomacy at its best and most courageous, employing high-level and grassroots strategies. It is known today to have paved the way to rapprochement within the North and South. The Tosanso process made possible for both Christians in the South and Korean Christian Federation in the North to meet. Victor Hsu, a former WCC staff who is a serious Korea observer, called this involvement in Korea as a unique ecumenical story that deserves to be told. Many more ecumenical consultations were held, guided by the Tosanso process, like the meetings in the Alpine city of Lyon in Switzerland. I was at the first ever consultation in the US at the Church Center for the UN in New York with participants from North Korea and South. When conditions were opportune, ecumenical partners met, and when conditions allowed, such meetings included participants from North and South Korea. The policies of President Moon Jae-in's government have provided ample, if cautious, allowance for grassroots action alongside formal diplomatic processes. Surely, the Tosanso process of people-to-people diplomacy remains crucial. High-level diplomacy and negotiation, no matter how carefully planned, can be abandoned quickly. Hopes and dreams for justice and peace could get dashed at tables of peace as they are trampled in the battlefield. Even as the armistice agreement remains intact, the slogan 70 years is enough reverberates more loudly today. The candlelight demonstrations shed light to a renewed urgency for peace and reunification, and the Moon administration's congenial attitude to civic action on the ground by NGOs, civil society groups, and the Korean social movement, critical social movements, made possible an invigoration of local and transnational initiatives. The Pyeongchang Forum, just this past February, urged all international governmental and civil society actors concerned to take urgent steps to sustain and accompany the peace process to end the Korean War and sign a Korean peace agreement, and to also take concrete steps to establish a Northeast Asia nuclear weapons-free zone. With the ratification of the UN Treaty to Prevent Nuclear War coming into force this coming January, one more peace-building instrument has been enacted, occasioning a moral call to denuclearize worldwide, certainly in the peninsula. In 2018, I spoke at the International Day of Peace commemoration in Seoul. I was pleasantly surprised with the theme, not whether, but how. Reconciliation and peace building on the Korean Peninsula. The how to realize reconciliation and peace building in the Korean Peninsula is as crucial as the when. The question of how points to principles and methods of peacekeeping, peacemaking, and peace building, crucial to achieving reconciliation. The question of when points to timelines we calendar and moments we can only predict and imagine, not control. The moments we cannot control are crucial. They are kairos moments we must seize, moments when historic and social forces converge to impact the social transformational agenda. The Gwangju Uprising, the Candlelight Revolution were kairos moments. You have come this far in the struggle for peace. You must not tarry, but also not rush for the long hurdle to consolidate that peace that leads to justice and reconciliation. Dialogue among peoples across the social, political, and ideological spectrum of Korean society is crucial. In peace building, dialogue entails learning, not just talking. Words, no matter how they hurt, are far more preferable than bullets that kill and missiles that pulverize lives and villages. Waging peace is important even when there is a raging or suspended war. The peace table is the gathering place where words must matter more than bullets. It is at the peace table that the armistice agreement will be turned into a peace treaty. At the table of peace shall be bread and justice. Peace talks must be about bread and justice. Bread talks and peace talks are about the day-to-day needs of people: food, shelter, clothing, health, education, jobs, and more. Justice talks deal with addressing the root causes of social injustices and political division. Ultimately, Koreans will decide the reconciliation you want, the reunification you need, and the governance needed to make peace sustainable. Peace building requires dialogue. Dialogue, dreaming and longing together for the possibilities of peace, requires a long-term perspective. Untangling and dismantling the root causes of war and division require the same. The long-term perspective requires honest and open public discourse about all available narratives that might hinder or prosper peace, justice, and democracy. Every story must be heard and scrutinized at the table of peace. You are in an unenviable position of untangling your nation and the peninsula from dominant superpower discourses. You will have to appropriate for yourselves in your context what the struggle for justice and peace entails, what just and peaceable governance takes, what democratic institutions are required so that human dignity and human rights flourish. What questions that need to be raised? What is needed so that the Nogun-ri victims and their families are accorded justice? What apology and confession is expected, if any? What act of repentance and rectification would remedy this tragic incident? What forgiveness can be anticipated? What must be done so that people's lives are protected and the integrity of the peninsula, including regenerating the demilitarized zone into a flourishing ecology of flora and fauna, is realized? National budgets are moral budgets. They must fund peace more than war. We must overcome the temptation that it is far easier to conjure up images of war than images of peace. We need to rethink our images of peace as software of friendship and harmony compared to our images of war presented as hardware of weapons and military bases. We need to rethink peace beyond quietude when wars and rumors of wars are on a bleach and rampage. In closing, we know that peace is not just the absence of violence and conflict, but the active presence of justice. War and peace cannot be waged simultaneously. In this 75th anniversary year of the UN, we must resolve to wage peace and abandon war. We must undergird multilateral efforts to make true the UN's most fundamental raison d'etre, that this world may no longer be visited by the scourge of war. The unended Korean War is a testament to this failure of the rule of law to realize peace. I want to pay tribute to the prophetic and trailblazing work of ecumenical women who have brought women from North and South again in those times when it was prohibited to do so. I want to pay tribute to the Women Cross DMZ and the Korea Peace Network who crossed the DMZ when many people thought it cannot be done. They showed that there are no walls of division whose heights cannot be scaled and whose closed gates cannot be opened. This year, the 20th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 provides key civil society calls, resourcing and actively supporting the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women and girls in all their diversity in all aspects of peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, peace education is crucial in training peace builders who will shape a more just, sustainable, and peaceable world. Peace education must have developed the idiom and the practice of peace, justice, and human rights. Such embodying and engendering form part of that urgent project to reconcile a divided Korean Peninsula, to heal the wounds of Nogun-ri, and to secure the entire region, if not the whole world, for peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Bautista, for your speech. Well, due to time constraint, I'd like to directly enter into the conversation with the speakers. First, I have to...
I can't get that right.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'd like to directly enter into the Q&A session. Firstly, I'd like to ask to Professor Ko Yu-hwan. This is questions from the audience. There are two questions, but I'd like to summarize these questions into one.
From the university students, many students believe that the reunification process is going to be an arduous one. It's going to be a very difficult one. And some say that we should not pursue this reunification process. Instead, we should promote exchanges with North Korea, promote economic cooperation, and we should pursue denuclearization. In other words, we should not be going from denuclearization into peace settlement of the Korean Peninsula. There are a lot of stumbling blocks ahead of us, and therefore, instead of pursuing a peace process, we should just pursue exchanges and cooperation. Denuclearization should be pursued, but not ultimately to realize reunification. So some doubt as to whether we should be pursuing reunification process. This could be a very tough question for you to handle. I may be repeating too much myself. The students are saying that we should not be focusing too much on reunification. We should pursue coexistence of North and South Koreas, and we should pursue further exchanges and cooperations and live peacefully together. Well, thank you very much. When I was teaching at the Department of North Korean Studies at the university, I used to get a lot of questions like that from students. And I told you that Germany was reunified in 1990. And I was asked this question of when is Korea going to reunified? And I joined the Dongguk University as a professor in 1994. I served as a professor until quite recently, before I became the president of Keynote. And many people believe that unification is quite close to us because we have seen the collapse of East Germany and also the collapse of the Soviet bloc and socialist countries. And based on such experience, many people believe that unification is near, but we have been divided for so long, and therefore the reunification process is not going to be as easily expedited as it did in Germany. And North Korea has a Suryong system, the leadership system, and the leadership system is handed down to the second generation. And we had almost no exchanges and cooperation between North and South Koreas, and therefore there's going to be a lot of side effects that we are going to have to overcome in the pursuing reunification, after the realizing reunification. When I was asked this question, people said that it's going to take about 20 years, 30 years. And 30 years have passed already. We're almost approaching 30 years, and we're still don't see a very high probability of being reunified in the imminent future. And for North Korea, during the time of Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-il's father, the people thought about things doing by the hands of the Korean people. And at the joint statement between Kim Dae-jung and Kim Jong-il in June 15th, on June 15th, they said that the two Koreas will come together for the reunification, to pursue reunification, and they're going to acknowledge the Confederation proposal of South Korea and the Federation's approach of North Korea, and they're going to pursue the reunification under the federal system in a loose form. I can actually summarize that better. Basically, this is about coexistence. When you focus on coexistence, it means that reunification is not near. So the students have this awareness about reunification. People believe that reunification may come with many different side effects. So we should try to make sure there are no inconveniences. We could pursue the EU type of reunification, and that is why the Moon government is not using reunification word per se. They're saying that coexistence, peaceful coexistence will be pursued, and the three principles of the Moon Jae government has to do with therefore the peaceful coexistence, not the reunification per se. We want to bring an end to the state of war. We want to remove inefficiencies of this division system and head towards reunification. Yes, thank you very much for your kind words.
Originally, we would have expected to have a longer Q&A session, but due to time limitations, I'm afraid we won't have enough time. Originally, before this roundtable session, we had the keynote speech by Ms. Lima Bowie, the Nobel Peace Laureate. She stressed the importance of dialogue, and this is also being repeated by all the speakers of this roundtable as well. Without dialogue, there could be no forgiving and reconciliation, and without that, true peace cannot be realized as well. Just as Chairman Jung Gu-do mentioned, reconciliation and forgiving should go hand in hand, and only with these two values could we advance toward peace. And Nobel Peace Laureate Lima Bowie also stressed on this. And the same is true with what Ms. Liv Torres said and Mr. Bautista mentioned as well. Dialogue should lead to forgiving and reconciliation, which will build trust. And build on trust, we could pursue denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula and also realize permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula. And that's been already mentioned. In that process, human rights should not be neglected, and the same is true for the value of justice. Basically, the basic issues of food, shelter, and clothing of human beings and education should also be included for true peace to settle in, as been stated by the roundtable speakers. So in conclusion, the lesson we could learn from today's session is that the Nogun-ri incident originated from a tragedy. Therefore, we should remind ourselves that such tragedy should not be repeated. So we have to identify the cause, and we have to practice forgiveness and reconciliation so that this could develop into a spirit of peace. And that is what we should remind ourselves for the peace on the Korean Peninsula as well as to peace in Northeast Asia. And if this spirit is promoted, I believe the Nogun-ri incident could be promoted regionally as well as globally. The four speakers of today's roundtable, I'd like to once again extend my deep and sincere gratitude for your remarkable presentations. So with that, I'd like to ask you to join me in a warm round of applause of wrapping up. Thank you very much.
그리고 차장님께 다시 한번 감사의 인사 전해드리면서 이것으로
We extend our appreciation to the chair and the panelists for their participation, and we'd like to conclude the first day sessions. We'd like to thank the audience who joined us here today live and also who joined us virtually. We'd like to give a very brief introduction about our plans for tomorrow. From tomorrow, from 9:30 to 12 in the morning, there will be a peace concert. And from 1:30, there will be the second roundtable on world peace and dialogue with the journalist. And from 3:30 to 5, there will be the 13th Nogun-ri Peace Award, and there will be a special symposium held as well. We look forward to your active participation tomorrow as well. And the forum is going to be broadcasted through the website and also through the YouTube. And therefore, we'd like to ask you to join us for those of us joining virtually. With this, we'd like to conclude the first day session on the 10th of November. Thank you once again for coming, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.